Test, 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 test. How does my voice sound now? am I too low or too high, or am I just right in the middle? Hello and welcome to the Super Bunny Hop Super Duper Metal Gear Monday Sad Stream. You know what was a super duper awesome, thrilling, hilarious hit last time that everyone loved so much? Is this bullshit that I'm gonna be starting us off with again this time. Da 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 ba da da ba da da da. Oh, we're not perfectly synced up, so actually I should walk right into this guard's sight cone and restart this whole thing all over again. So last time on it wasn't Metal Gear Monday, it was Twitchy Friday. I played Ghost Babel on the right and Metal Gear Solid Integral on the left at the same time, and it was quite a hit. I managed to make it all the way through the practice mode sneaking VR missions like that. And that was unarmed. This time I'm doing practice mode sneaking missions with a gun, and it looks like one bigger difference between the two versions is that guard visibility distance looks a little higher on PlayStation than it is on Game Boy. So I'm gonna have to get a little closer to the enemies on Game Boy than I will on PlayStation, but otherwise... Okay, so I have to get closer... No, don't do the next one. I wanted to do the previous one. Okay, I gotta get closer on Game Boy and keep my distance on PlayStation. Got it. Ah, I picked the wrong button from the menus again. Operating the menus like this is like a whole another... Okay, let's try again on GB, exit on PlayStation. No, no. Ugh! I was mashing the select button when the menu was faded to black, thinking that it wouldn't default the selector to level 2 instead of level 1. Okay, first level. We can do this. I got this. Just gotta... Ah! No, now I'm... So that time I managed to actually get it done on Game Boy, but not on PlayStation. Okay, so on PlayStation I have much greater shoot range. The guard is also like hidden in the left corner. No, he's right down. Okay, I gotta remember how to play the games. So on the Game Boy, I can press against the wall and hold the X button to line up the shot I need against this guard here. Ugh. Nah! Okay, this is tricky. The amount of footsteps required to put yourself in the proper... Okay, this is gonna get quite tricky. I absolutely have to remember not to hit the next stage button. Okay, I want next stage on GBA. And try again on PlayStation. There we go. It's a meta puzzle game going on. Yeah! Oh, come in. There we go. Dun dun dun. Ba bum 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 ba dum. Ah. Less room to hide on PlayStation. What was that noise? Oh man, now I'm out of ammo on GB. And I have 76 bullets on PlayStation, so the ammo distribution is definitely different. And look at that. Because I was in the melee mindset, I started punching the guard on the wrong screen. I should have been punching on the right and shooting on the left. So sneaking mode is actually with the gun. Sneaking mode with the gun, that is different from regular ordinary sneaking mode. Is harder, or at least more interesting of a challenge on the Game Boy, because how you have to care about ammo on the Game Boy, but not on the PlayStation. Ah. During the intro fanfare sequence, I should start the stage camera pan overview sequence slightly earlier on PlayStation than on Game Boy. Dun 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 da da dun dun dun. Or maybe it should have been the opposite way around. Maybe Game Boy should start panning the camera down there first. Okay, so that time I pressed the button at the same time and it was the Game Boy's animation that lagged behind. Oh god, I gotta get him, I gotta get him. There we go. Ah! I came real close that time. I almost got it.
What was that noise? What was that noise?
Real bad desynchronization for that run. Alright, we were a little closer that time. Oh, the synchronization.
What was that noise?
Ah! I came real close again that time. However, the synchronization for that run was like super on point. Okay, so if I press the shoot button, as soon as the Game Boy starts loading in the stage, I can get the sync on the spawn entry pretty close. It's still not pretty close, but it's at least closer.
What was that noise? What was that noise?
Guards thumping when they hit the ground is a way louder noise than I remember.
What was that noise?
Yeah, that guy heard it from, like, 5 whole squares away. 5 whole VR computer game grid squares. I'm gonna try one more, and then... Well, is anything going on in the chat right now? Like, hype snakes to the GBC guard. Get alerted, get on board the hype train shoot. Okay, I took a preliminary glance at the hype train going on in the Twitch chat right now. I'm glad that everyone's enjoying this. So, in order to really try not to get disoriented for this stage, I have to maybe make a conscious effort to avoid the crawl spaces. I don't know if it's gonna be possible, though.
What was that noise?
Yeah, there we go. Okay, now let me get my two snakes synced up. Look at the wall peaking, like, syncing up with the... Okay, this is why they call it Metal Gear Solid, is because instead of calling it Metal Gear Hollow, it's the same exact game as the 2D format, borderline, but the wall peaking move they add is such a huge deal. This wall peeking move was in all the magazine covers and promo screenshots and trailer footage. The wall peeking move apparently is what makes the difference between 2D and 3D Metal Gear. That's what makes the difference between Metal Gear regular and Metal Gear Solid. And in the GBA game, the $3, the Hypus Esports gameplay on Twitch.tv. Thanks for the $3, Topher Gopher one. On the GBA version, you hold down your shoot button to pan the camera slightly over to get a little bit better visibility from pressing against the wall. The rules of the game, the layout of the game, the perspective of the game is still pretty two-dimensional and borderline the same as the 2D game, but once you press against a wall and get better horizontal visibility on the Z-axis, so much changes that it's not Metal Gear anymore. No, it's now Metal Gear Solid as opposed to Metal Gear Hollow or Metal Gear Square. It's Metal Gear Cubicle as opposed to Metal Gear Squaricle. It's like the challenge is not to get too immersed in any one particular screen. There actually is a gratifying multitasking challenge going on here. A little bit of satisfying crunchiness to the metagame I've devised here. And pressing the weapon select button to do the reloading is causing the sub-menu to appear up in the GB version, which is Freezing Snake. But that actually could be used for my advantage. If I don't want GB Snake to move, but do want PlayStation to move, maybe I could get PlayStation Snake to reload to get Game Boy Snake to hold still, thus, I'm like creating a system of mechanical interactions across the two simultaneously running universes here. Yes, I'm playing the multiverse. I am playing a multiverse game.
What was that noise?
Oh, PlayStation Guard got me. Okay. Alright, so yeah, this has given me an actual legit game design idea. Some kind of... If any aspiring game developers out there wanna hop on the multiversal trend and find out how you could make a video game multiverse story in a fun, new, clever, creative way. Some kind of play multiple games at once challenge the game. I've seen a few ROM hacks that actually engage with this idea in some interesting ways that, you know what? Still show that there's still, believe it or not, some ideas left to explore in game design. I can't believe how intuitive and fun this bullshit is actually starting to feel. I can't believe what a game I'm making out of it. There's this gratifying rhythm to syncing up your snakes. Interesting eye movements, like your eye dashing back and forth from one screen to another, is something that's happening at a frequent, gratifying pace that's making it impossible to wait around too long and get bored. How do you get bored under this much overwhelming stimulation everywhere? Yeah, really interesting eye movements and visualizations going on in my head for what the next few seconds of gameplay are supposed to be looking like. Also, as you can see, interesting solutions to the problems are being devised here, where I'm using wall taps in place of some alternate routes on the ground. I also have to rethink ammo conservation. Damn. Shooting a guard in the PlayStation version carries less consequences than shooting a guard in the Game Boy version. What an interesting sentence I just said. And I'm playing two games at once. And the guard placement and level design is so similar that moving around in one game and shooting your gun is sometimes going to match up to a similar situation in the other game where you want to move around and shoot your gun. However, the ammo distribution they've given you in one game makes missed shots a far more punishing mistake to make in the Game Boy game versus the PlayStation game. So, like, yeah, there's actually some interesting game going on in here, in my head and in my fingers. They're not dissimilar enough to the point where it feels like a total disconnect between the two. And they're just dissimilar enough to where it feels like I have to think pretty hard and concentrate pretty hard in a really different way that's trying different thought flows. But it doesn't feel impossible at all. This feels like a doable, gratifying, high-level challenge, as opposed to an impossibility.
What was that noise?
Wait, let's see if I can actually exploit the... Couldn't quite get what I was planning to work out.
What was that noise?
Okay, now it's getting a little tricky. Ah! I was gearing myself up to shoot down to the lower left, then up to the upright, and one of my snakes was just a couple pixels off too much to pull that off.
What was that noise?
This is like cheating. I should have synced up my snakes before moving. Maybe I should crawl on the PlayStation game. No more bullets on Game Boy. Quite different level design between both games on that one. Alright, yeah, let's welcome to the sad stream. That was technically an introduction and it was 30 minutes long. Let's see if I missed anything in the Twitch chat that was interesting for that 30 minutes. It takes such a level of concentration that it is pretty hard to narrate out loud and play that at the same time and also keep an eyeball on Twitch chat. One good thing about vacation is I can at least watch overseas streams, otherwise miss or I fall asleep in 30 minutes or so. Oh no, it's a sad stream. George, how's your day been? I actually have to talk about that. Has anyone made a joke about twin snakes? Oh, don't even start. George is too focused to see the hype train. I have no idea. I think choo-choo just means train in every language. Choo-choo is something rude in Greek. We're having an international internet communications misunderstanding incident. Did the GBC guards see the bullet and get alerted? I have mild claustrophobia. I want to see a 2D wall peek mode using... Yeah, a 2D wall peek using... A 2D wall peek using mode 7. It's a typo, but I get it. Yeah, mode 7 wall peek. How would that get done? Let's... Because, right, mode 7 basically just means, like, real-time, stretchy, four corners of vertices-based deformation. GBA games use the effect a lot, and some Super Nintendo games use the effect, and it's how they got the GBA port of Doom to work. I still don't know if mode 7 is the correct term you'd want to be like. I can't visualize that right now. It's breaking my three-dimensional spatial knowledge of how reality works. I'm having a hard time visualizing what a 2D Metal Gear screen would look like, being able to do a 3D style wall peek move with just by stretching sprites and bitmaps around. If you wanted to do that without making a proper 3D image, I bet it would require something way more fancier mathematically that my brain is not able to visualize right now. It's a Solid Snake simulation. Why don't you play Twin Snakes and PS1 at the same time? Actually, I was reading about some other fans who had tried that. So far as I heard, it didn't last very long. The good thing about this is that the VR modes in both of these games are so close to each other that synchronicity between the two games is probably more possible compared to others. But I should give that a try. I should definitely try playing the remake and the original at the same time. Is this just those TikToks with Family Guy in the portrait and Subway Surfers in the bottom? This is making me think about how Pokemon being such a huge success on the original Game Boy permanently crippled the gameplay evolution, so even the 3D ones play like a stiff, awkward, and basic Game Boy game. Why stop it? 2 games, George! Fire up MGS2 Substances VR mode and triple play. MGS2 with that backported over-the-shoulder camera mod from MGS3. Actually, I've been playing MGS2 with that camera mod. It's not backported from MGS3. The modder broke and contorted MGS2's own camera system from that game as the starting point. Don't see anything interesting here. Hell yeah. Let's keep this going. Got 3 stages done in 30 minutes. 10 minutes per stage! What kind of timing is that? But we're gonna keep it going. We're gonna keep it going.
What was that? What was that?
God, I am kicking ass in this one. Oh, but I've wasted all my Game Boy ammo. I'm out of Game Boy ammo. Oh, I can aim the gun to freeze PlayStation Snake. Okay. Ammo conservation for this one's gonna be pretty tricky. So, there's someone to shoot on the left of my starting point in both games. So, to begin this level, I'm gonna start off by trying to synchronize up some shots on the guards who are gonna be on Snake's left. So, PlayStation Snake has a guard on his upper left. Game Boy Snake is gonna have a guard on his far straight left.
What was that noise? Who's that?
Oh, it's more like the lower left. This actually is kind of interesting. It's almost like the same level as on both screens, but your starting point is pretty different, and that ends up changing a lot of other moves of your route through. Ah! Maybe starting off by going to the left is not a good idea. Let's try experimenting with going to the right when the level loads in. Because both snakes have someone to shoot on the right. One of the snakes just has to wait a few seconds.
What was that noise? Who's that?
Pum pum pa! Ah, $50 from Joe Baggs, who holds many things. When is the Snake's Revenge stream coming? As always, best wishes. I'm not gonna do Snake's Revenge. I've thought about other weird spin-offs that no one's played that I should play, and I think those are the acid games. I might play Metal Gear 1. I might actually... Another interesting idea would be a side-by-side playthrough of the NES and MSX Metal Gears. Metal Gear 1s. I don't think I want to do... as many weird Metal Gear games as I have on the agenda. I don't think I have Snake's Revenge on the agenda. I'm not very curious. I've heard it's a decent, okay game. I don't think my curiosity is high enough for me to go through a decent, okay Metal Gear game these days when I have so many silly, weird end game special super duper sweaty gamer challenges to do in the great excellent mainline games. I talked about it earlier. It's been a while since I mentioned it, but one of the more normal ways to play Metal Gear that I want to do soon is play Metal Gear Solid 3, but from all the original camera angles. I'm wondering what would happen to that game if you played from all the original camera angles, but with the crouch walk mod installed. George, you started coughing because Fox Die activates when streamers refuse to play Snake's Revenge. The Metal Gear Plus just keep getting more and more convoluted, don't they? The plans that the villains have, yeah, I can't believe that PVC Piranha's plan to infect all the Metal Gear streamers with Fox Die when they refuse to play Snake's Revenge is actually coming to fruition. They really did predict the future on that one, huh? Okay, let me hold some of those thoughts and actually concentrate. Yeah, let me concentrate on the game for a while, because this level is really tricky. It looks doable, it looks interesting, it looks like a fun level, actually. But I don't think I've really been able to fully mentally crack into it because of the chatting, narration, multitasking stuff going on. I think I should hold back on the trigger finger until I can sync my two snakes up some way. Let's get a clean start going on. And so I think in order to sync my two snakes up, I would need to start by going to the left. Look at me, I'm narrating again. I need to shut up and concentrate on slowly inching my way to the left to sync my snakes up before I start thinking out loud like this again. Alright, here we go. Let's do it. Concentrate, concentrate. Nope. Bum 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 bum. Okay, I got 12 shots on Game Boy, 86 on PlayStation. Yeah, I almost am now feeling like this is spotting a design flaw. Maybe the VR missions with guns would be more interesting. The VR sneaking missions with guns would be more interesting with a more limited ammo count. I also forgot for a while about that move and shoot button. Even me, like, can go to bed for a few nights and forget how to play Metal Gear Solid when I wake up in the morning. The controls get... Ah! I was just talking about how the controls get so complicated that even a super dedicated expert can sometimes lose track over time in their muscle memory. Just as I said that, I accidentally backed out of the level into a menu because I screwed up the synchronization of their two crouching. Their two crouches. Oh, alright, I'm concentrating again. I had a pretty good run last time and eventually screwed it up once I started talking. Dun 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 dun. Oh, who spotted me? I was watching the PlayStation version pretty carefully, too. Hey, pretty good synchronization on that spawn. God, oh god, oh god, everything was going wrong for that one. I don't know. I really was not able to follow both screens on that one. I'm gonna be meleeing on the Game Boy version more. Okay, PlayStation Snake almost got spotted. I lost track of that guy for a few seconds. Okay, yeah, if I move and shoot on the PlayStation version by pressing the crouch button, it causes Game Boy Snake to crouch, and now their crouching is out of sync. So, oh god, PlayStation Snake's in trouble. I need to get PlayStation Snake to a better hiding spot. Yeah, Game Boy Snake is just not able to catch up with this crawl he's doing. So, start serves as an alternate crouch button on the Game Boy game. Ah! And then pressing the menu select button that brings me out of the pause menu from pressing start brings me to the level select menu in the PlayStation game, which further breaks the synchronization. Okay, so if I move and shoot in the PlayStation game, it causes Game Boy Snake to freeze in place and crouch down on the ground. If I I gotta keep that in mind. Gotta remember that from now on. Hey, that was bullshit. Dun 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 dun. Kinda confused on what is causing me to get spotted while punching guards to death in the Game Boy game right now. So I'm gonna use bullets instead of punches. They're more reliable. Except for this guy, I'm gonna punch that guy. Wait, I think I can get them synced up by, yeah, pressing into the central phallus region of this level. Or maybe lower left corner. Ah, PlayStation Snake's in trouble. Game Boy Snake's in trouble too. Ah! Ah! I actually, like, I felt a pang of, oh no, can't go yet. I'm sorry, Game Boy Snake, but you're gonna have to wait. PlayStation Snake's gotta catch up. PlayStation Snake's not quite all the way there yet. Okay, now let's get out of here. Okay, Game Boy Snake has all his enemies neutralized. PlayStation Snake still got a ways to go, so I think I can keep Game Boy Snake in a nice hidden nook away from the exit by planting him in the upper left corner. PlayStation Snake's gonna get my eyeball exclusivity now for a few seconds, which, No, come on! What are you doing? Where are you going? Oh, God. I would rather shoot the last guard in the stage from the behind than the side. If it all comes down to that one guy, I'd rather do it as safe as possible. Alright, we got it. Let's see if I can sync up the exits. And then I'll check Twitch chat again and read the donation messages. Oh god, I can't read the donation messages and get both of my snakes to the exits simultaneously. Okay, Game Boy Snake is at his. It feels like I'm solving a Resident Evil puzzle at the same time as I'm playing my Metal Gear. Yeah, there we go. Now, just don't press right. Unless I do it here. Okay, now I can't press up. Okay, now I can press up for a little while. Ah! Close enough. This is freaking me out. Oh my god, he's actually trying to do it! Did Mr. Bunny Hop talk about Delta at all? Yeah, the Lost Big Boss. Check the Super Bunny Hop super secret second channel. I'll post a link to your reply. And the Delta stuff is in the first 10-15 minutes of that. And it's not really that complicated. It basically boils down to everything looks fine. The financial incentives and long-term strategic incentives are in such a place right now to where they really have everything to gain by not fucking this up and everything to lose by fucking it up. Because the idea is to make more remakes later, and certainly along the path that that potential future takes will be a lot of disappointing milked cash cows. But for now, the Metal Gear Solid brand has been on the back burner. It's not something that's going to get a lot of more than 10 million public eyeballs on it. Still a big mainstream franchise, of course. Going to be one of the most highly rated games, but not on the scale of a Call of Duty or Mario, right? It's going to be like a somewhere between niche and mainstream. They can't necessarily rely on mainstream brand recognition for absolutely positively 100% guaranteed big profits on this one. It's a little bit more of a delicate situation for a longer term strategy that I think is looking pretty promising for sticking the landing on the first part now. There's probably a very helpful interview to watch that I only skimmed through, where the developer of the game is still going to be explaining a lot of this, but doing it under the auspices of pre-release game marketing content. While you watch it, be aware that you're getting brainwashed for something that you're supposed to spend a lot of good money on. And even I am not going to be buying that game on launch. I'm still... Okay, even, like... out of the restrained adulthood of not thinking about highly anticipated video games as being the thing I'm most excited about defining my life. Yeah, no, even as much as I love Metal Gear Solid 3 and Kojima and have visibly had my mental health and state of mind and sense of personhood so drastically improved by re-encountering these games over the past few weeks, I'm still not gonna be waiting in line at launch to buy what's gonna be a super glitchy PC version, especially on launch. I don't find it particularly difficult to wait this stuff out. But yeah, the remake is looking fine. Everything's looking good. It looks like they're including all the stringent adherence to tradition that will not offend the old fans. And it looks like they're also synchronizing and streamlining and simplifying the control scheme and camera system enough to satisfy the new fans. But I am most interested in seeing what those OG camera angles look like on a high budget quote unquote next gen. Kind of looks like more of a middle gen release they're going for. Yeah, I'm really interested in especially seeing what those original camera angles look like and play like with more modern graphics, because visual conveyance from a camera angle where you're farther away from your character and at maybe a more cumbersome angle at that too has always been an issue. I'm wondering if the jump up to modern graphics is going to make it easier or harder to play the game from those original angles. I am very fascinated in those original angles and how in the world Kojima and friends were imagining us playing the original game like that. And ultimately what ended up happening is that evidently it didn't work. There was an intended way to play Metal Gear Solid 3 that no one ended up playing that game the way by. I think it has to do with playing it more like a survival horror game where you walk most of the time instead of run at full speed. I really enjoy trying to play those levels in Metal Gear Solid 3 from the original camera angle, because it makes the mood and the vibes of the atmosphere of the game very different, a lot easier to soak up the quiet time, take in the natural scenery of the beauty and of the more naturalistic setting, and also sometimes that it plays with suspense and tension as well. There will be tricks and traps hidden just slightly off camera, like in a Resident Evil game, where if you walk your snake slowly from how am I going to get the perspective on the webcam in here? If you walk your snake slowly from one side of the frame to the other, a lot of camera movements in that game kind of follow him as he goes, which makes it, alleviates this problem of walking him all the way into a trap with the camera panning, unable to keep up. I can explain this clearer with better visual aids when I'm actually sitting down and playing the game and working on my video about this. I'm very looking forward to doing that, and I think one of the things that I'm most excited hearing about the remake is that they are including that original legacy camera system. Now, I would not be offended and not be surprised if they didn't. Offended a little, maybe 10% offended, but not surprised, because I am aware that that's not the consensus. The general gamer fan consensus is that the original game's camera system was bad, and thus we wouldn't expect it in a remake. Them going out of their way to include the original camera system that everyone really hates, that I don't even know if I love so much as I'm just interested in it, is what I consider a pretty good sign that they're paying attention to the smaller things, and are thinking of this in terms of making sure that that the jump up to modernity does not sandpaper away some of the cumbersome, awkward aspects of the original that may actually be better appreciated and more playable with retrospect than during the launch window. Like, maybe after a new fan consensus develops that, like, oh yeah, the original camera angles in Metal Gear Solid 3 are great, you just have to make sure to walk through the game instead of run and play it like a Resident Evil game. If that starts to, like, worm its way into the public consensus, we could see a reversal of opinion on those camera angles. Anyways, what am I missing on the Twitch chat here? No. In theory, I don't see how you can remake MGS1 in a way that changes it without ruining it. What I would really like to see is what a big, expensive AAA next-gen game would look like if they still kept the camera angle overhead instead of behind your shoulder, and how many more genuinely new feelings of interactions and new ways to play could come from embracing the old in that respect. I am wondering if a newfound appreciation for preset developer-chosen camera angles and camera systems may be on the table for the future. A revival of fixed camera systems for more aesthetically, artistically directed gaming experiences would be a neat little phase to go through, right? Yeah, like Twin Snakes already kind of fucked it up. Right, yeah, it looks like Delta's shaping up to be a more conservative remake than MGS Twin Snakes was. I wonder if a modern control scheme for Delta will have a dedicated binocular button like MGS-V. It is really nice having that dedicated binocular button. The binoculars are useful, but no one would rather go through all those menus than just press one button. I've already seen people complain about changing it for modern audiences when it comes to Modern Gear 3 Remake. Ugh. I don't know, like, they could have. It could have... everything I was just saying could have sounded pretty darn differently if the situation was slightly different. Also, in a weird way, I guess the silver lining to there being such a long gap between the latest Metal Gear games and also such bad blood is that it does put a little bit more pressure on the team. Right, I'm seeing like more of the familiar pessimism here. Someone just posted Konami being Konami, anything other than making all the money won't be enough. I mean, yeah, no, fair enough. Point is, Konami's having a moment of clarity over this one. Like, some of the original Metal Gear Solid veterans who have remained on Konami and never went anywhere sound like they are shaking the boss by the shoulders right now and have, like, really, really pulled some strings to make this happen. Yeah, Konami's occasional moments of clarity and real history of great video game releases over multiple decades is still something to cling on to for hope here. Is having to select the most optimal camouflage manually still fun? If there was a shortcut to select the best camo, maybe even without accessing the menu, would that ruin it? Yeah, this brings up a good point, actually. Good questions, too, that the developers probably are going to have some interesting answers for us. And also brings to the point that why I believe Metal Gear Solid 3 is more in need of a remake than Metal Gear Solid 1. And that is that there are less cumbersome, unwieldy, truly antiquated into unfun territory systems going on in MGS3 to MGS1. MGS1 is elegant, it's tightly designed. Every button you can press on the controller has something interesting attached to it. A few times in MGS3... A lot of times in MGS3, you're making one of the most uninteresting decisions in the world, which is just pick highest number on list. There surely is a way they have made the camo system more interesting. One thing I can think of that wouldn't necessarily change even your menu selection is, like, what about permanent damage to your camo uniforms? What if your tree bark camo gets all shut up and full of bullet holes and gets exploded and it's all burnt and torn up, and you can't use your tree camo again for the rest of the game unless you find a fresh suit? Yeah, what if there's some persistent buffs, or not buffs, what is it, nerfs, penalties? If your camo index takes a penalty from long-term sustained damage. Example, there are certain ways that game developers would be pretty familiar with of ways to make that system a little more interesting. The decision of picking out that number from the list a little more interesting that would still keep some of the same basic menu selection at play. The body damage system was cool in MGS3, but I found myself barely using it in any meaningful way apart from removing leeches. Play on the harder difficulties! Camo laundry mechanic, debuffs. Wasn't there a clip in the trailer where Snake got all muddied? Yes, exactly. That's why I think it gave me the idea. Maybe there would be some changes to camo in that sense. That would certainly make water areas more interesting. Yeah, there are places to go. How many camo systems have you played around with games in general anyway? Camouflage-based stealth could be an entire subgenre of its own. Hunt Showdown, I shit you not, has an actual camouflage system going on. If you keep your character perfectly still The way that the shaders and the lighting in that game work is it almost looks like you're blending into whatever texture your character's standing on top of, without necessarily changing the color scheme and design of their original costumes. Which is really funny because in Metal Gear Solid 3, you're all the time changing the color and design of your original costumes. Now, a lot of pre-release materials have emphasized a sense of visual alterations, semi-permanent visual altercations to what Snake looks like based on some subtle things you're doing. The mud on the clothes, they really want to show off mud on Snake's clothes. They have shown off how your wounds and burns, even after you heal them in the menu, will still leave behind a little faded permanent scar. So the idea of having scars on your uniforms or mud on your uniforms, something that screws up your uniform's camo rating to make that decision a little more interesting, sounds like an example of what you could expect of a lightweight changed system to correct something that was imperfect in the original. Metal Gear Solid's not a perfect game, but it's closer to Metal Gear Solid 3, and yet me and most of the fans are still probably going to rather want to play Metal Gear Solid 3 over 1 if we had to pick one for a desert island. Anyways, Metal Gear Solid 1 is elegant in the sense that a short, quick, tightly designed indie game is elegant, and Metal Gear Solid 3 is the desert island permanent choice in the sense that an open-ended creative sandbox game you could play a zillion times differently every time and still have something new is going on. I always thought it was kind of funny that Big Boss's sneaking suit you get near the end stands out like a sore thumb, especially against the last boss. This is why we're waiting for Delta, so we can buy it in a year when the camos have been patched. I can't help but be a bit skeptical about the scars and it just being a pre-baked thing until it runs out. I want to see someone intentionally... I don't know. It sounds... It doesn't sound too unfeasible to just imagine them coming up with some kind of fancy decal system that slaps a decal on wherever Snake gets hit by the projectile in the system with some layer of Photoshop eraser tools on the texture about making sure that the scar's not on Snake's nose or eyeball in the middle of a cutscene or something. In the original game, you could get shot by crossbow bolts and a model would physically appear at the point of impact, and there was some pretty funny slapstick body humor going on. Well, walking around with a million fear darts be incentivized. Yeah, you could... Wait, is there like some kind of advanced Metal Gear Solid 3 trick I don't know about where you cover Snake with fear darts to give him, like, are you better able to sneak through metallic medicinal hospital hallways if you look like a pile of syringes? Yeah, it's like a cardboard box, but suited for the anesthesiologist ward. It's sad that there was no Metal Gear Solid game for Wii. Can you imagine the number of ridiculous Wiimote and nunchuck gimmicks? Kojima would have gone crazy. It is funny that Kojima never actually did dip into making some silly controller gimmick game for the Wii. That's totally what Boktai is, but I guess by the time the Wii was around, he was already had enough work cut out for him working on Metal Gear games for Sony that there wasn't time in the schedule. Alright, I've caught up with chat. Time to get back to game. That was one level. It was a good level, though. Ah, damn. I wonder if this map is supposed to look like a snake. You can see it, right? Especially in the Game Boy version, it comes through. A little, cute little snake face. Okay, Game Boy Snake's out of ammo, and this has been a consistent issue. Hey, Token Flip Guy, I did not read that. I think I don't particularly feel a very strong desire to read the leaked plot synopsis of the original Metal Gear Rising. I don't think it'll make my life particularly better or worse to consume that one in particular. Maybe I should shoot the guards with Game Boy Snake first and park PlayStation Snake in a safe spot. 'Cause Game Boy Snake's ammo would, prioritize a little bit more thought and care getting put into the shooting, wouldn't it? Yeah, 'cause I just wasted ammo that Game Boy Snake does not have a whole lot of. At this point, I bet MGS4 was pure midlife crisis for Koji. Yeah, it absolutely does come off as that, doesn't it? Snake's getting old and it's scaring the shit out of him. Yeah! Well, I shouldn't celebrate. This is unreliable. He might just turn around and alert me. Woo! There we go. Pretty synchronized ending, too. That wasn't as bad as the last one. Alright, did I miss any messages? just messages about how batshit insane Revengeance is, that's all. Red Panda just said, I remember the pre-release drawings of MGS4 where Raiden wasn't a cyborg ninja and he was carrying a baby, Sonny in a sling. Seems Kojima just can't let an idea go with regards to BB and Death Stranding being a game about a adventure where you have to carry a baby around long distances. No, I think this is a good thing. I think that this shows that Kojima wanted to make an adventure about carrying a baby across a long-distance cross-country trip under some kind of danger. He played The Walking Dead season 2 and thought it was very exciting. There's a few pieces of media that have that kind of situation as the story's main dilemma, and the fact that he's like, if the idea was that he just really wanted to make a game about the player feeling as stressful and freaked out and the same kind of emotional roller coaster that these carrying babies through dangerous territory stories always have, maybe it's better off that he was able to employ that idea in an original IP instead of a Metal Gear Solid one, where carrying a baby across, I don't know, it kind of works. I just feel like I have a hard time predicting sometimes how close-minded gamers can really be. But yeah, it sounds more like Kojima around, this is around MGS4, right? So it would be midlife crisis Kojima, who would be thinking a lot about the beginnings of new life and fatherhood around the time he enters the second half of his life and has to start dwelling on the end of his life and what's going to be happening for the next generation afterwards. A game about infancy and babies and fatherhood might have been something that was dwelling around on his head around that time, but may have ultimately been better off left cut from Metal Gear Rising and explored further in a better place with Death Stranding. So, yeah, no, it is an interesting observation, but at the same time, like, Kojima not letting an idea go seems, like a good thing? I like Revengeance for what it is, but it's interesting to know what could be. I don't know, like, what we ended up getting was so good that I find it hard, and some Kojima-directed Metal Gear games have turned out to be such stinkers that I feel perfectly satisfied with what we got. There's this hint of wistful imagination of things potentially being better, and when reading about the troubled productions around the studio of that time and where things were going, I feel like it was better off left in the hands of Platinum than with Koji Pro. Bum bum ba! Oh my god! $100. I can. Thanks for the streams. Thanks for the $100. Trig the Discovery. I can breathe a little easier now. I can. All right, so yeah, if we're gonna get a little personal after a big donation, being poor is very, very expensive, and if you're poor, sometimes you got to pay your income taxes when you're self-employed and poor, right? But when you're poor, sometimes you might not have enough money to make income taxes, and sometimes to sign up for a payment plan to keep paying your income taxes for the next 12 months because you couldn't pay them all at once, they charge you a $120 fucking application fee for this stuff that you can't afford to pay for anyway. So yeah, now I don't gotta worry about that one. Woo. Yeah, thanks for the donation messages about that. I wonder if I should get back to the game or keep going down some Metal Gear talk here. But yeah, like woo, I can pay the fee for an application to pay more fees now. Yay. Last night I was out drinking with a very gay but tall and extremely handsome gay guy. I think attractive, sexy, campy men always have the advantage over angry nerds like Raiden and me. Gamers love sad dads. Yeah, that's the thing. That would have been it, right? Kojima goes through a midlife crisis, wants to make a sad dad story, ends up letting that out of his system with yeah, because I don't know about you guys, but based on some urges I feel that I have been feeling in my 30s that I expect to get worse in the 40s, I think it's like a scientifically observable phenomenon at this point. At some point in a game developer's later years, they will start feeling a natural biological urge to make a game about a sad dad going through some bullshit. It happens to all of us, and I guess Kojima just let that one, his urges out with Death Stranding on that one. Oh no, the red panda is trying to post a link, but can't do it. I'm gonna have to make the red panda a mod for a short period of time. Okay. Uh, Here you go, Red Panda. You're a mod now. Try posting that link again, and try posting that link again, and it should work this time. And then I'll switch you back off and turn you back into a normal civilian. Tax stuff is more bullshit and convoluted than an MGS game. Fucking taxes, man. That sounds awful. Glad to live in Venezuela. Hoping Big Boss makes a military microstate in here again. Even Resi 7 to 8 had that arc. Huh, okay. Yeah, Token, I don't know Resi 8. I do know Resi 7. I'm trying to remember sad dad stuff going on in Resident Evil 7. I definitely remember sad husband stuff going on. The human dramatics, the human, what do we call it in journalism? Human interest story. Yeah, the human interest story going on in the RE7 plot was a troubled marriage, right? The Hitchcockian birds metaphor for the zombies and bio goop monster in RE7 was troubled marriage. So wait, in 8 there's like troubled fatherhood anxieties going on. All I can think of for a sequel to Rising is if like a new Patriots made a bunch of snake AIs and turned them into android ninjas. RE6 had sad son stuff. Oh man, I'm still not all to date on RE6. That one has eluded me too. I played one whole mission of RE6. RE6 has sad son stuff going on. Does that count? It's just inverted dad sad stuff going on. Also want to point out, if you think that I am immune to sad dad, this urge that all gamers feel in their later half of their life to make a sad dad story, the Iliad I think is totally qualifying as my moment for letting out whatever latter half of life masculinity anxieties are going on with regards to these things. A YouTuber making a YouTube adaptation of the Iliad is totally the non-gaming media version of the excessively violent sad dad story. RE8 is really good, George. You should check it out. It's on sale on Steam. Oh yeah, have y'all seen that mod that adds classic camera angles to the Resident Evil 2 remake? Because RE4 is about escorting a teenager around, but Leon isn't really sad or a dad. No, RE4 seems much more like a college frat boy fantasy than a middle-aged man fantasy. Yeah, the camera angle stuff. I'm the last act of the Odyssey is peak sad dad. Yeah. Last of Us is the obvious answer to the start of the sad dad trend. I disagree. I think it's more Walking Dead. 2012 Walking Dead. I know that mod for RE4 and it never came out as a full version, but even the controls just instantly work with those angles because it's still tank controls. Yeah, so the modern RE games have had mods that try to do classic camera angles. The combat system requires a very high degree of precision aiming where shooting enemies in the knees versus the foot versus the thigh is all something that you need to pay attention to that's harder to do from a longer distance camera angle. However, it also requires a lot of work to employ those camera angles. And I'm wondering, and I know that the RE4 project never did reach completion. You're looking at hundreds of hours of manual, monotonous, repetitive, detail work, labor for that kind of task. I'm intrigued. Did they do it? Did they finish it? Please let me know. Inform me. I'm curious. Maybe I'll finally play Resident Evil 4 again for the 30th time, but from original classic PSX camera angles on that one. Yeah, original Nier was peak sad dad. We had that one too. Last of Us, Nier, and Walking Dead all came out around the same time. 2012, 2013 is the beginning of Sad Dad. This continues into Death Stranding and the Super Bunny Hop Iliad. Why are we forgetting Heavy Rain? David Cage's alien concept of what a sad dad is. Yeah, so I suppose that a lot of video game idealism is about exploring how sad fathers should cope with feeling sad. It seems like something that video game developers seem to be feeling an urge to want to explore. BioShock Infinite counts as a sad dad story too. All right, I'm going back to the Metal Gear Solid game, which is definitely about dad. I don't know if it's about sad though. Oh, we got a completely different level. The team thought of an original level design for the Game Boy game for once. I'm wondering if my plan here is starting to break down. Are we gonna be incompatible between these two worlds here? Yeah, we're in such different universes now that there is no longer any synchronicity between the universes. And there is a lot going on in both universes. MGS is more angst dad, isn't it? MGS is like deadbeat dad trauma processing. Oh yeah, come to think of it. There were that interview quotes about how Kojima grew up as a latchkey kid with the parents who weren't really around. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of fatherhood projection to read into. Well, projection, I don't know. There's a lot of anxieties about fatherhood to read into from Metal Gear Solid for sure. When will the Chad Dad era begin? Yeah, this is like the video games' somewhat dour depiction of masculinity has been a recurring problem for decades, come to think of it. Because someone just asked, when are we going to get a Chad Dad trend? Yeah, when are games going to be a little more upbeat and positive about the fatherhood experience? I'm revisiting some classic Final Fantasies. Friend of mine's going through Final Fantasy VII, and it absolutely is a game that is appealing to teenage angst. It's a game about being a sad teenager and dealing with the craziness of realizing you're a completely different person than you were just 5 years ago. Final Fantasy VII is about being a sad boy growing into a sad man. And so many of these narrative-driven, story-based action games that I'm speaking from a place of selection bias, of course, because I am masculine and male myself, so I'm going to be gravitated and biased towards this stuff. Got to keep that in mind when making the statement that there is still an apparent, very pervasive trend in making video game depictions of the fatherhood experience as a very dour, miserable one. So yeah, when are we gonna have the Zidane to Final Fantasy VII's Cloud? When are we gonna have the happy, upbeat dad who loves being around to to deal with a bunch of bullshit? Because it's such the way we come up with video game stories is so limiting because it's so compelling to think that you need some kind of plot with very intense life or death stakes, and so the sadness would come from that, wouldn't it? Yeah, it's almost like it would be harder, given the nature of the medium, to imagine a happy fatherhood story depicted in a video game compared to a tragic fatherhood story. The dad from Life is Strange 2 is quite like that. I don't know, I haven't played it. Tell me about this dad. Tell me about the dad in Life is Strange 2. What's the difference in depiction going on there? Hey, this isn't a completely different level design. The PlayStation 1 is just slanted diagonally. What? Because the Game Boy Color couldn't as easily, like, yeah, without the Mode 7 real-time scaling stuff, just rotate a sprite at a straight 45-degree diagonal angle. Oh, this is cool as hell! This is so cool! So yeah, we have a wall with cameras on either side and guards patrolling in the middle in both games here. Camera, guard, camera, guard. Guard, guard, camera. Guard. And finish line. So, look at how much easier this is when you're only paying attention to one of these. And in the PlayStation game, that's 3 walls, three layers. 1, 2, 3, yeah. The walls are an L shape instead of a straight line, but there's 3 of them. They're lined by cameras and guards. It actually is the same level concept, just designed differently to account for the GBC's technical limitations. Yeah. So, a big issue is the whole games are full of murder, and it's hard to have a happy-go-lucky dad committing mass murder on the regular. Yeah, games being full of murder is a huge problem, and the older I get, the more I feel like it didn't have to be that way, and we might have more market incentives to blame than we do the technological and psychological nature of a video game story. The pervasiveness of all the murder, the murdering being the primary mechanical driving force, is a huge problem. I remember a time period when games were not primarily conceptualized by how many interactions you had for murder or killing. I don't know. Probably shouldn't get too hung up about semantic definitions of the word murder these days. Does it count as a murder if you're following the rules of the game? Is it unlawful killing if it's legal by the game's systems? I think I'm gonna have to... I think I'm gonna have to exploit crouching to do this one at the same time. The directional inputs and guard timings are just way too out of sync between both versions to do this with more synchronicity. I also don't have any chaff grenades. Wait, I can exploit the wall taps. That ought to make things easier. Okay, so now let's get Game Boy Snake on the ground and PlayStation Snake on the floor. And take out a guard while their back is turned. Now! There we go, now they're out of sync. Ah, damn it.
What was that noise?
No.
What was that noise? What was that noise?
No! Oh my gosh, the exit button means exit the level, not exit the menu. Oh, and I came so close that time too.
Who's that? What was that noise?
Oh, I just got a synchronized kill across both universes. What a sentence. I only have 5 bullets left in GBC. Okay. Now, how can I desynchronize? So challenge is to desynchronize their crouches from each other without wasting a bullet. I got it, I got it. So, I just gotta figure out if I can deselect the gun. There. Now... There we go, okay. We're now desynchronized. I gotta get PlayStation Snake on a safe spot. Okay. Now, Game Boy Snake can take his gun back out. Whoa! Okay, this is awesome. There is an actual prototype for an interesting game here. In order to get... Hold that thought. I gotta think. I have to actually concentrate too hard on the game to talk my way through it. And my snakes are, yeah, there we go. My snakes were wandering into danger for a second there. Okay, so I had a problem, and that problem was that, I want to desynchronize their movements so that one snake's not going to walk into the camera while another snake is walking down a safe, unguarded zone. So the solution, number one, was to use the run and shoot buttons at the same time to desynchronize them, because Game Boy Snake doesn't have that move. He will end up crouching instead of running. However, that uses a bullet. So there's a complication, not a game-breaking end state, but a complication, an incentive to think of a fancier solution. And the fancier solution was to pause the game in one screen and keep the game running in the other screen, because the pause buttons are slightly different, and sometimes A and B count as menu selections. I screwed up. I pressed B on the exit button that exited me out of the level back to the main menu while keeping the other snake fine. Third solution that actually worked was unequipping the gun on one of the snakes and then getting the other snake to run and gun to desynchronize. It felt like a very satisfying puzzle game sort of problem with a solution that's going to stick with me forever and be way faster to hammer out from now on and make subsequent runs look a lot more elegant. But yeah, so let me unequip the gun and then fire a few rounds while shooting in the PlayStation, then get PlayStation Snake on the ground with his belly out so he's not gonna go sprinting into danger while I sprint Game Boy Color Snake into danger with enough precision to move him out of the way of the hazards manually. Oh, I gotta get his gun back too. There we go. I got 3 bullets to work with here, and there's a guard on my radar, but not on my screen. And I don't know what direction he's facing when he goes to the extreme left. Before I take that approach again, I want PlayStation Snake to be in a safer spot, because I will be steering him quite far out of a safe spot to make this move. Oh god, he's in view of camera? Oh no! Okay. I can also desynchronize their crouches by crouching PlayStation Snake just before he spawns in, because he spawns in a little faster or a little slower. They're desynchronized. You can get one of them crouching and the other one standing during the intro sequence. So, also, you can... I didn't know you could do this. 20, 30, whatever, 25-year-old video game. Did you know you're holding... You can hold the gun shoot button down to aim and shoot, and then when you whip it around to the other side, if you let go of the button, you can put your gun away without having to bring the menu up. See? If you release the button while Snake is halfway on his way to making that turn there, he'll just put it away naturally. He'll put it away without you needing to bring the menu up or waste a bullet. I think it's also really interesting how there's a domino sort of effect going on, where when one guard falls over, other guards can hear the sound of the impact. Okay, PlayStation Snake is all cleared out. There are no more bad guys in PlayStation Snake's universe. I now have to navigate the 2 of these guys to their exit. Whoa, there's still one more bad guy. I see him on radar. There's still one more bad guy in Game Boy Snake's universe. 2 more bad guys. Okay. Both my snakes are cleared out. I still don't trust the synchronicity of the cameras to want to make a synchronized run to the exit, so we're gonna go one at a time. Ah, wish I had a box right now. There's a couple things I wish I had to deal with these cameras easier. Oh, PlayStation Snake is crawling into a camera's cone again. No, 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 they're no longer desynchronized. Okay. Yeah! Look at this, I got this down naturally now. I can desynchronize their crouching without having to do anything as fancy as I once did before. With this, gun aiming thing. The timing on it's still real demanding, but look at that. We're synchronized. Now we're not synchronized. Although I wasted a bullet. Any case, let's try another run. Let me get my both snakes in the safest little corner of their levels. Okay, hang on. Is left corner safer than right corner? Right corner is in line of sight of a camera but out of view range on PlayStation. On Game Boy, right corner is out of line of sight in a camera. Oh my god, I have to think about it. There is a logic going on here. I'm actually visualizing a way I could make a synchronized run here, because actually doing it desynchronized is sort of messing me up. But basically I have to keep walking towards a direction of a wall, left or right, depending on what the other snake's cameras are doing. This is so interesting, because I have to move up. No matter what I do, I have to go up. And that's going to make PlayStation Snake go up, which is going to put him in the path of cameras. So let's put PlayStation Snake in the path of a wall here, and think through this step by step. Let's get both of them. Okay, PlayStation Snake's in front of a wall, Game Boy Snake's ready to move to the next piece of cover. I gotta keep pressing up, and I need to press up with PlayStation Snake positioned in a place where he's not gonna blindly walk into a camera when I'm not paying attention to his screen. This is really cool. I do not know how... Or what I could be using as a metaphor. I feel like I've played puzzles like this in, Okay, yes, Zelda, Majora's Mask, Kanju Quest. The Kanju Quest in Ocarina of Time, no, Majora's Mask, has a simultaneous co-op sort of, puzzle at the end of the game where you control one character who has to go through a puzzle. See, okay, there's like a fan, like a blade of... Right, think of a fan spinning around in circles and how you have to control 2 points moving synchronized to one another that have to slip into those circles. I feel like I've played a shmup or something, or a Zelda or something that had a puzzle like that where you could make it on with a piece of cardboard and an actual fan in real life. You could make a parlor game that you could set up in a... there have probably been old-timey parlor games before arcades, before video games, in arcades, in gaming arcades before video games existed, that had some kind of game where you had to slide around 2 pieces of a piece connected to one another on a dimension different from the gaming board. And yeah, there is familiar classic carnival gaming happening and with what I have set up here that feels like a game, a meta game. I have turned 2 games into a meta game together. Brothers: A Tale of Two Sons has every puzzle set up like that. Yeah. Cherries in Super Mario World. You might technically have the speedrun world record for this bullshit. So I am the current world record speed running championship holder for playing Metal Gear Solid 1 and Ghost Babel simultaneously on one controller. For 6 whole levels. How long have I been playing? I've been playing for almost 2 hours for 6 levels. That's like 30 minutes per level. I'm getting worse. That makes sense because the levels are getting more different. So what do we have here? Long staircase. We got laser traps. Okay, we have laser traps in both versions. I have to turn to the right in the Game Boy version. So it's a good thing that there's a wall to Snake's left in the PlayStation version. I have to go up in the Game Boy version, but going up in the PlayStation version should screw me up, so I have to time it. Okay. I got more up movement, so I gotta time it. I also have to kill a guard. So that wastes ammo for Game Boy Snake. I should have made him crouch before doing that. So now Game Boy Snake's movement is more constricted than PlayStation Snake's movement. Oh, I can use first-person mode to freeze these guys in place. So now that there's a wall to the... Ooh! Every time I press the right button, I need to think about it first. Yeah, this is awesome because I have to think about the buttons I press before I press them. And that's good game design. Did I just improve game criticism by Good game design is when you have to think about the buttons before you press them. Actually, that's not true. You want muscle memory. You want the controller to feel like an expansion of your body in a lot of cases, right? You want to think about your moves, not the buttons. Yeah, good game design is playing Metal Gear in 2 different versions at the same time. Ah! It's good progress, though. Da-da-da-da-dun-da-dun. I could have been using the first-person button to slow my snakes down this whole time. Also, I think I actually have finer gradation over small movements while aiming than while not. Look at this. Look at how small each of PlayStation Snake's steps are. Now, after shooting this guard, I'll test it out. Hey, it's actually good that the grids are here. I can count out how long it would take to get from one square to another. So to be in the center of the next square with Snake's blob shadow tickling the top and bottom of the grid line, I gotta press the button 1. Oops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 7. It's 7. 8 was too much. So if I'm not aiming... It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's the same. It was just placebo. I was just saying a bunch of bullshit. Ignore me, please. This is cheating. I'm not really playing both games at once anymore like this. Ah! People do this all the time when they play 2 or 3 games at the same time. Well, they shouldn't. It's cheating. It, kills the whole point of having to think of clever ways to make synchronized movements between non-synchronized environments. Manipulating the synchronicity by using crouching feels less like cheating than using the first-person button. Yeah, see, like having to pay attention to the timing of this is something that might be better, a more interesting problem to solve than just holding one button down and going through it when the red's not on the screen.
What was that noise?
One thing that I feel helps out this challenge from feeling more like a surprisingly deliberately designed game is the grids. The challenge is being able to multitask two different places that look the same but have look the same at first glance but have different layouts when you zoom in more subtly. And the grid lines being on the ground really help you quite easily spot what those subtle differences are. When I was finishing up the level just then, I was using the grid lines to make sure I wasn't accidentally tiptoeing PlayStation Snake into a laser, while also making sure that he wasn't tiptoeing out of the way of a wall on the left he could safely press into, while Game Boy Snake needed to move left to get to the goal. The grid lines were helpful for for being able to visually keep track of visual references on both screens. Both of these games having such similar visual designs, especially with a grid on the ground, is really, really helping sell the surprisingly coherent experience I'm having with this bullshit. Let's see what happened in Twitch chat while I was doing that. George Bunnyhop improves games in real time. Do it, George. Submit your time to... Oh, no. Steady Pace can't post the link either. Wait. Who did I turn into a mod? It was Red Panda. Okay. I'm sorry, Red Panda, but all the fun you were having abusing your mod powers has to stop now. There's a new game called Screenbound where your character exists both in first person and 2D platform that you play in first person. How do you play a 2D platformer from first person? I get it. I'm visualizing it. It doesn't sound very interesting, but I can visualize it. Anyways, semantic debates on what a dad game is and if it matters. You can't play Snake Eater at the same time you play Ghost Babel. Ergo, MGS has resisted better the test of time. 1.5 the movement factor, huh? I don't know if it's quite as big a difference as 1.5 to 1.0, but there is a very slight difference in movement speeds between the two snakes if you try to measure up some similar scale of difference with the grid lines and the stage sizes between the two. I think Game Boy Snake might be moving a little faster. It might not be 1.5 times as fast, but might be more like a 1.2 or a 1.1 something times. The song was almost perfectly synced on that last run. That's awesome. Can a Metal Gear Solid turn into a Metal Gear Liquid or a Metal Gear Gas? Yes, yes. This is introduced to us in the first Metal Gear Solid game where we play out the classic timeless struggles between solids and liquids. I want to let you know that when I was like 19 or 20 years old, I was playing this game in front of a college buddy, and as soon as the colonel in the opening intro cutscene said liquid snake, my friend laughed as hard as he would have if it was a actual intentional original joke. With the quadratic panels, it's 1.5 or 2 for MGS3 for Ghost Babel. Quadratic panels? What are we evoking the quadracies for? For a very flat two-dimensional... Shouldn't the math be cheaper for just measuring speed? Okay, no, let's do it. Let's measure which snake is faster. Oh my god, level 8. How many of these are in total? This one looks pretty different. So where can we set up some kind of runway or distance marker? We need our two snakes to have a lot of wide open space. So actually, hang on. Yeah, this might not be the best way to have the two snakes, the twin snakes, do a race and see who's faster. Yeah, sneaking mode. Sneaking mode. Pistol. Practice. Level 1. Now, how are we converting the distances between the 3D and the 2D here? We have about 2 seconds of empty space in front of the 2 snakes here. Wait, no, let me actually look at a timer. Where's my timer? 8 to 9, 30. Okay. 2 seconds is... Yeah, I can't... This isn't a fair comparison with the guard in the way. I need to take out the guard. Damn it. Shit. Wait, this is fine, actually. I need to get Snake caught by a guard. Then put Game Boy Snake in a safe spot where I can move to the right and press the B button for a while ago. Okay, let's do it. We're basing the distances on the developers. Oh, look at that. Actually, Solid Snake is way better than Ghost Babby Snake. I don't even need to use the timer. It's obvious as hell. Now that I'm looking at it side by side, it might actually be a difference of 1.5. It does feel significantly... yeah, no. Like, up until I was looking at this right here... It actually felt closer. Now they feel pretty far apart. So Solid Snake runs faster than Hollow Snake, Square Snake. Cubicle Snake runs faster than Square Snake. He has more vertices. He has more surfaces, more dimensionality and depth to his character. Ghost Snake, yeah, that's a good one. That's what he is. $15? Oh god, do I really want to be doing the side-by-side stuff for 15 of these? I don't think I... Ghost Babble Snake might feel faster because he's more zoomed in. I don't think I think... Okay, so there is some fun there. I shit you guys not. There actually is a really interesting new way to play a new concept of a new kind of navigational challenge game here. It might not necessarily be best suited as a stealth game by this tradition, but having to move 2 pieces across 2 different boards that use pretty different rules for visualizing space and movement that have just enough coherency between the 2 for some really satisfying visual feedback to happen when you sync them up is super duper fun. This is fun. This is good game design. I have accidentally stumbled into accidentally making a fun metagame out of this collection of levels here. But it requires so much concentration that I'm mentally exhausted and I'm going to switch off to just one. Come on, George. Summoning Saltus. Okay, fine. I'll do one more level. I'll do one more level with the side-by-side method going on. But I've already lost track of how many levels I've completed. I'm at 8. I guess 8 is red because that's the one I left off at. So let's get 8 selected on both screens, which is a... Oh, there we go. Yeah, another thing going on that I haven't been exploiting, come to think of it, is that stick and D-pad are not synchronized between the 2 games either. Oh no. I know it sounds really dumb, but on identical parts of the level where MGS4 has 4 floor tiles, Ghost Babel has 5. Yeah, I noticed the grid sizing was different too. The difference in speed between the two snakes was definitely harder for me to notice until seeing them side by side, but the sizing of the grid space and the L-shaped walls in the PlayStation game that turn into just straight lines with no turns were easier to notice. Anyways, let's do this. One more level side by side, and then we'll be dominating the screen with one of these instead of both. Oh yeah, off to a great start, aren't we? So it requires so much more concentration, and the difficulty floor is so much higher that it's so exhausting. I'm gonna have to change soon. I feel like I have burnt calories just from how much harder my brain is thinking while doing this game versus a normal game that I'm feeling an exhaustion I would not have otherwise. Ah. Man, PlayStation Snake is really got ended up with a bad spawn. Oh, I get it. It's because the wall is only chest high. They're spotting me so fast because only my my legs are covered. Okay. Oh my gosh, yeah, you have to begin the stage doing John Wick shit. John Wick stuff, excuse me. I think I gotta do a bit of moving and shooting. Oh. Okay, let's get these snakes crouched up and desynced. Hey, I think I can use... Oh no, Game Boy Snake's out of ammo. Okay, I gotta do this over again and actually think and not just purely react. So, Game Boy Snake's gonna run out of ammo. Metal Gear Solid Snake needs to, like, shoot as soon as possible. He needs to don't think shoot. Game Boy Snake starts out safe. Metal Gear Solid Snake starts out in the middle of a John Wick situation. That means I need to crouch at some point in the middle of Metal Gear Solid's more frantic, demanding movements. At some point, I should throw in a crouch desync during the dance I gotta do on the PlayStation game. Let's see if I can manage it somehow. Ah! Ah! Ha! You know what? I'll manage it like this. This is... Oh, I already wasted a bullet. I'm not gonna cheat. Let me get myself caught. Well, this is interesting. Okay, there we go. I'm not crouched. I'm not crouched on Game Boy. Okay. I only have 10 bullets on Game Boy. Let me not commit to this run. Let me get my snake spotted. There we go. I still want to... What am I? I'm desynced. My brain's desynced. I want to conserve more ammo. Yeah, look at that. That looked clean, too. Okay, so I did get spotted on the PlayStation game, but I think I just deduced a clean way to do a crouch desync very, very early on within the first few frames of this stage. So PlayStation Snake, since he's so much faster... Damn it! He can inch ahead to a little bit of a safe spot. Ugh. He can inch his way ahead to a safe spot and then perform a crouch before Game Boy Snake even is spawned in. And I can desync their crouching that way. So even though the intro spawn sequence will be as synced up as I can get between the two games, as soon as I press the weapon button here, this is as close as I can get it. Reliably every time. Metal Gear Solid Snake is still going to have like 1 second of playtime that Game Boy Snake won't, and that'll be enough time for me to desync their crouches. Ah! Yeah. Oh. Either way, progress. We're making progress 1 literal second at a time. Oh no, I'm wasting ammo somehow. Oh god. Alright, we had a good 4 seconds, but then the next 4 seconds didn't go at all.
What was that noise? Who's that?
Damn. I had it better the first time. I gotta shoot the guards to the north, not the south, once I get PlayStation Snake up off the ground. No! It looked like that guard heard the bullet impact. The impact of a silenced bullet hitting the wall next to him. Was I about to be impressed by another crazily impressive Metal Gear Solid Ghost Babble moment? So, I screwed up my... There we go. I screwed up my snake syncing at some point. We got 10 bullets on the Game Boy game. How to do a crouch desync? Yeah, this ought to do it. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Now they're doing the dance I want them to do. I think we got one last guard in the PlayStation game left. Oh no. Yeah, okay. New way to do a crouch desync. Aim your gun, then press the crouch button. Okay, so... PlayStation Snake's done. That means he crouches. Game Boy Snake still has work to do. That means he moves. Completely different level designs too. It's not just a slant or a rotational difference. These are two different concepts. The chest-high wall thing, it looks like the mechanic, the resources needed to recreate that mechanic are not in the Game Boy game, so they just flat out didn't even try to do the same kind of level. Oh, I'm ending the PlayStation one too early. Ah, thank God. Alright. That one was rough. I had to learn some new tricks on that one. It feels like I'm playing a legitimate video game because every, hour or so I feel like I'm learning a new trick that was on the controller the whole time that the level design taught me rather than text popping up on the screen. This has been really fascinating. There is something here. I hope that people who actually know how to develop games are watching this stuff and trying to decipher why I don't hate this. That one was awesome. Yeah, no, this This has actually been a really satisfying, fun thing to do. And I don't know if I want to keep doing it for now, for today, because it's so exhausting. But I'm also wondering if there's more here, because it only really works when the levels have some kind of thematic synchronicity. Val825, that might have been hello, Liam is here. Valve825, that might have been more interesting to watch than it was to play. In terms of my fingers, it felt like I was constantly relying on crouch desync tricks, first-person desync tricks. I was relying on desync tricks to get through that one, rather than the, like, cool spatial navigational puzzle stuff going on for the other ones. Also, since Liam is here, maybe he'll know the puzzle game or the puzzles in action-adventure games that I'm thinking of that do this trick, where you're controlling two characters at once, and one of those characters has a different layout of blocks in front of them than the other one does, so you have to burn calories with your brain, because that's how hard it feels to think through that kind of problem and navigate them that way at once. But I feel like there's also a carnival game, an old-timey analog carnival game from the 1800s or 1900s, where they were able to graft a system of pegs that poke through holes that you would move on a handle behind a screen to do that same point. There's some vague imagery and like a name at the off the tip of my tongue that I can't really piece together right now, but I feel like there's some similar concepts out there and that have been done before, and what I've accidentally thrown together here is weirdly getting close to some actual real legit games that have been done before. Orul in Pico 8. But I know there's more. Yeah, I think that this is something that might look a lot crazier to play than it feels to play. Which, come to think of it, is like the classic Metal Gear Solid 3 with Super Bunny Hop thing. Is it every time every 10 years I play Metal Gear Solid and find out that, like, breaking these games and playing them in really weird ways that were not intended actually turn out to be pretty fun and playable and intuitive. I remember when I first uploaded my Metal Gear Solid 3 playthrough, where I was using no weapons, no tranquilizers, no kills, and was like really demonstrating how it didn't require super duper fast reflexes or hours of miserable trial and error to work out methods of getting through the game with that kind of system. And now it's like accepted as common knowledge. It's like the usual way to go through Metal Gear is to have a run like that, is to not just play through it once, but a couple times, one time like that. It's like regarded as a legitimate way to play. And I'm starting to wonder if in 10 years, like, I can't be the first who's done. I have seen Twitch streamers and ROM hacks that try to make fun metagames out of playing two games at once, but it's a lot more doable and interesting than it might look at first glance on your eyeballs, I tell ya. I once went to a children's museum in which you could play with a metal ball in a labyrinth, moving it with a magnet. Yeah, maybe this is what I was thinking of. A magnet on the other side of a screen, or a piece of glass, or a paper or something. You basically want obstacles on one side and not on the other. If you could beat the lady of the museum, you play a different version where you use a big net magnet to move two balls at the same time. Oh, yeah, there's something like this out there that already exists that I am just recreating by accident. Is Metal Gear better than Splinter Cell? I feel like, unfortunately, time may have ultimately provided us the answer to that question. Okay, so it is so much more demanding to do two games at once. As playable as it actually is, it is so much more demanding that I'm not really gonna feel like I'm sitting down and relaxing and enjoying a nice fun of video games unless I am concentrating on one of these at a time. So last stream we dipped our toe into some of the wackier VR missions. There was a murder mystery we had to solve, and there were 3 guards who were trying to plead their innocence. They got really creative. It feels like the turn of the millennium era fan-made level mod packs, custom content, fan content. A half-assed attempt at a murder mystery game was being depicted in the Metal Gear Solid engine. And I want to see more of those. I believe it was advanced mode. It was called, like, Mystery or something? No, this was it. Mystery! Wait, you mean there's 10 of these? It wasn't just the one? Oh, there's more murder mysteries. Someone has taken the criminal's mask. There's also something to do with socks going on here. Big Whackin' asks, is my username cool? Yes. Verge of Apathy says, people have been trying to do DS 1, 2, and 3 for a while, but it's technically complicated due to how DirectX pulls input for those. You essentially need 2 to 3 computers and custom USB controller splitter hardware. That does actually sound kind of fun, though, because Dark Souls is, like Metal Gear, slow pace. There's opportunities to push one of your characters off to a little safe zone and concentrate on the other one. Yeah, I feel like some synchronicity between visual styles and control schemes is necessary between both games, and Dark Souls has got that. Some synchronicity of visual design. Dark Souls has got that. Dark Souls playing all... I think this could be done with Dark Souls 2. Yeah, that would be interesting. I bet that would not be... unfun. It would definitely be a work. It would be the type 2 kind of fun that's fun after the fact. But you would definitely have to have fun thinking of interesting, new, fun problems to solve. Yeah, please don't spoil the mystery, by the way. I'd love to use my own my thinking skills. My brain is so exhausted. Maybe I should actually just switch to some easier sneaking mode stuff instead. But yeah, you could probably do it with Dark Souls as well as Metal Gear Solid Ghost Babel to MGS1. Like, what is so important, I think, to making it work is that they cut it so close in terms of controls and level design and how much distance your character's covering per footstep. Anyways, someone has taken the criminal's mask. Wait, is that the victim or the criminal, though? So, someone took the criminal's mask, and there's a man lying on the floor who's holding a mask, and he's dead, and there's blood coming out, but... Okay, so the criminals should not be wearing a mask. I see. So, there's socks. We have signs of a struggle. In the struggle, the criminal had a mask removed and a sock removed. I suppose they had another mask in their pocket that they just whipped out. But, wait, what's the... Oh, I get it. They're using a sock for the mask. I feel a little patronized. I feel like they could have made a better attempt at that to hide the guy. Popsicle. It seems like the enemy was having a popsicle. Okay, this time they're the enemy and not the criminal, so they should be like sticky with goop. I feel very powerful by inspecting these guys all up in a line, top to bottom, front to back. Maybe one of them has brain freeze. No goop. No sticky goop. What else could it be? Verge of Apathy says, I have an idea, but it's so stupid and I refuse to believe it is how you solve this. Does something happen if I walk into them? I didn't know you just clip directly through them, but something happen if I punch them? Something happen if I grab them? It's blue. Wait, one of them is slightly to the back of the others? Is that just because his movement got glitched out because I grabbed him? Yeah, now he looks a little more in line. I know the... Don't tell me the answer. Don't tell... I'm actually gonna shove the window in front of the Twitch chat so I won't even see it accidentally. Now I'm never gonna get it. There's too much pressure. All the performance anxiety is gonna make me perform worse. Are their bellies different? Is one of them like slightly fatter or something? I don't think so. Wait, can I drag the guy out here, the victim? Oh no, I can't move the body. I really hope it's not a colorblind thing. Like, is one of these guards slightly more blue than the other? $20. Wait, maybe there's some subtle differences in their movements and their idle animations. Maybe one of them's shivering, one of them's colder than the others. Two of them have smoke breath, one of them doesn't. I only have 15 seconds. Okay, so because you don't have smoke breath, you're getting sent to the slammer, young man. Wrong place, wrong time. Okay, so he didn't have smoke breath because his mouth was already cold! Oh, that's the... I figured it out, and I didn't entirely have it completely figured out by the 5 minutes, but yeah, I did it. Let's see how embarrassed chat was for me. The butler did it. Good that they give you a 5-minute time limit. Remember that experiment with some students with crazy with power and started harassing the other guys? That's what appearing with George. Can you move the popsicle? No. Does it mention? He doesn't know. Do you want me? Okay. I'm glad. No one actually said the solution. A panicked pickling of a solution is always right. Yeah, I appreciate that the differences between the breath, their smoke, the breath, the fog, the steam coming out of their breath was quite subtle, but I was really feeling the squeeze with that one. I'm sorry, but when people in the Twitch chat start saying they have a puzzle figured out that you don't, it's, use everything you've learned so far and zip through all 10 stages within the time limit. Acquire weapons as you go. That sounds like a lot of fun. Wait, what did it say? Okay, no, we're not doing puzzles. We're doing sneaking. We're doing something I'm actually good at. Do I have to eliminate the guards or just get to a finish line? Ten. There's just 3 N's. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-bum-ba-bum. Okay, now is this one down here supposed to be a K or an N or something?
What was that noise? Huh? What was that noise? Who's that?
Oh, wait, so someone looked up a list of all the Wikipedia list or something of single-player games where you control 2 characters. I still want to point out that's not as hardcore as a single game where you play 2 games on 2 different screens, but single-player games where you control 2 characters include a From Software game, of course, but it's Cookies and Cream, the, like, super-duper cute, bright, not From Soft looking game. PlayStation 2, 2002, 2003-ish, I want to say. But yeah, of course it would be FromSoft that has previously been interested in similarly such weird ideas. Here, come on, just come on, I'm not completing this level unless it's a perfect run anyway. That much is obvious. For the first couples, I might feel tempted to do some pretty perfect sneaky runs, but once I'm a few missions into this, I'm probably gonna commit to mistakes in ways that'll make things a little more interesting than just the constant retrying. Ah, crap, I'm cornered. Look at how fast and elegant MGS1 is. Being able to do this in a level design layout I'm not super familiar with because I haven't played it a bajillion times is so nice. I can't believe how much this makes me wish there was a giant pack of hundreds of community-made levels for this game. We would have been living in such a better world if that existed. But yeah, like, just look at how fast and elegant and easy to visually consume all this is. Real Trick is going to be doing this without a radar, come to think of it. Maybe I could go into options and, oh no! Maybe I could go into options and turn radar off. Look at how high of a zoom level our camera has here. I feel like I could get away with this without the radar if, I could just do it from pure zoom level. I love this. I love how fast I am going through this zone with the cadence and speed and grace of Metal Gear Solid 1, but in a new level. I don't have any memory. I might have played this once when I was like 14. This might as well be new to me, and it feels great playing a Metal Gear Solid 1 thing and it be new. I was tempted to grab him while he was sneezing. Look at these camera angles! So if you move to the interior of the L-shaped corner joint, it gives you better visibility on the guards to the south of the joint. If you move to the north, it gives you visibility on the guard who is blocking the way to get more north. There is such a, like, deep understanding going on of where the player would want to be looking. Oh no, that's not the kind of floor I thought it would be! Do I still have my suppressed SOCOM? Yeah, cool. No! I'm trying to remember what that item is. Maybe I shouldn't be bothering with this item. It's tempting to make some kind of dramatic move during his sneeze, but it seems like the floor noise cancels it out. It also seems like his yawn is not lasting long enough for me to crawl past him, so let's see what is to the left instead of to the right. You know, another thing I'm really looking forward for this Metal Gear Solid 3 run that I want to do soon is Metal Gear Solid 3 Cinematic Challenge. Oh, it's a trap if I keep going to the north. I have to turn to the right. Is that I also, when I play through Metal Gear Solid 3 with all the original camera angles and a crouch walking mod turned on, I also will try to do as few game overs as possible. I want as little continuity errors from as many cinematic camera angles as possible. As few continuity errors as possible from as cinematic a camera angle as possible is how I want to be playing Metal Gear Solid 3 in like a month or so.
What was that noise? Who's that?
I wonder if they want me to be killing these guards for this one. The E3 trailer challenge run, yeah. I have a sneaking suspicion that Metal Gear Solid games have a narrative where the character is not actually doing as much killing or getting as spotted as much as the character, or as much as the player is probably going to get spotted, is to help incentivize some hardcore no-kill cinematic style playstyle runs. I don't want to kill the guard. Let me just knock him out. Yeah, let me just put him to sleep instead. That'll be nice, won't it?
What was that noise?
Oh, this is great. This is how you're supposed to get through here, isn't it? Okay, now, this guy is a little more interesting. No, he's not. He just looks away. He was looking down at my angle of approach earlier, but that time he was looking away. Don't give up, even if you're injured. Relax and look closely around you. While there's a will, there's a way. That was certainly the tone I've gotten, that to be Snake/BB, you have to do the closest thing to being completely imperceptible. Yeah, there's some wiggle room. They allow it. At the end of the story, he eventually gets spotted and probably kills a bunch of guards on a loud escape scene. It's assumed that it happens. The story assumes it happens every now and then. It doesn't assume it's happening every 30 seconds. So getting through the game with a cinematic run challenge, where I'm using all the original camera angles, and I'm also committing to alert phases, and trying my darndest to not hit a game over rather than hit an alert phase, I think is going to be real interesting and create a really interesting, compelling narrative. The other thing I want to do is like actually pay attention to the story and get immersed and enjoy the story again. It's going to be a real good run. I'm going to be playing on normal mode too. That's how much I don't want to be thinking too hard when going through Metal Gear Solid 3 again in a month. Wait, the timer keeps going? Oh yeah, because we're doing a oh yeah, it's a VR mission as opposed to a VR level. So how much should I be concerned about committing to my mistakes here? Let's shoot this guy. Oops. I did not look at my ammo before I started blasting in that guy's direction. I thought that this guy was supposed to be looking to the left for longer than he's looking to the left. So apparently the scoring system really prioritizes time, but I'm George, and my Georging system really prioritizes non-lethality. So I'm gonna keep hammering through retries until I work out a perfect, stealthy, clean-looking, cool-looking route. Yeah, I want this to look like a dance. I want it to look clean. Oh. 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 But I suppose I should use the silent SOCOM and kill at least one of these guards on my way through. Damn. How many bullets do I have again? Let's see if I can make it past the gap. Hey, I can make it past the gap. I've just been like having fun getting myself killed the first 10 runs through this level. All right, let me commit. Let me do it for real. Except this time I want to cross the gap again. That's fun. Get it? Cross the gap, cross the gap. Yeah! Oh, no, I didn't cross the gap this time. Oh, well. Next time we'll play it safe. No! Also, it seems like I have 5 bullets, so that's just really worth 1 kill. The grid graphics also really, really evoke the Pac-Man. They really help with you realizing that Metal Gear Solid is a few generations and iterations and technological developments away from just being Pac-Man. So let me try crawling after this guy instead of running after him. And let me actually try hiding in the little nooks to the right, because maybe hiding and waiting will actually be a cleaner way to do this than killing him with the silenced pistol from a large distance. Oh, they give you... There's a 15-minute limit that I'm about to hit. Okay, this is actually going to get pretty interesting, because that time pressure is going to end up being the encouragement to commit to mistakes and kill guards instead of play non-lethally. Okay, no, let's do this. I wanna commit now. We're gonna play a VR mission with commitments made to mistakes that will be made. There'll be 10 levels. It'll be a long-term thing instead of a short-term VR level. It'll be like a little mini campaign. Let's do this. What is 10 supposed to mean here? Damn it. Okay, well, I don't have to commit to my mistakes on the first level.
was that noise? Huh? Huh? What was that noise?
6. We got 6 bullets. Bye. Oh, there was a cardboard box there this whole time?
Just a box.
Some kind of weird clicking noise? Okay. Just gonna assume it's the neighbors or something. Okay, so as I recall, I think Sneeze Guard down there can get knocked out from behind. And then I use the noise to lure Ramp Guard to the left out of his post. Damn. What is the method supposed to be? Oh well. Mistakes into miracles. The alert phase got me out of there. Dun dun dun. Do I get a heal? Oh no, I'm still low on life. I wonder if the guards drop rations in this mode. Is this just gonna lead me back to the beginning? I feel like if it is just gonna lead me back to the beginning, then I should have been able to notice it on the way through because the entrance is so big and glaring because of the grid theme. Yeah, so the camera was hiding it. I see. That might have been a better way to go down the big white hallway after all. So this guard should be going to the south soon, right? Who were... Yeah, that means taking a left and then walk forward. No, he's going north now. I'm gonna make my move when he sleeps again. Okay, now he's going south, but I gotta remember he's gonna come back and then go to sleep, and that'll buy me even more time to further review the level design. Oh, look at that camera angle too! Between these two guards, it's the left. I don't know. I don't know. I guess I touched him or something, but I'll take it. Are there going to be mines? There's a big, long hallway. There's a guard at the end of it. I think I saw his hand poke out from the wall. I see him on the radar now. There's a big, long hallway. There's no guards. There was one guard at the end, but it seemed like a classic Metal Gear Solid mine trap. C4, Nikitas, or grenades. I guess a grenade would be stealthiest, but maybe a Nikita would work just as well while their back is turned. Ah! Oh. Maybe his back... Yeah, okay, his back is turned now. No, it's not. What am I saying? No! Where did that guy come from? Okay, so that was my first... Technically my first game over. 4 missions in at 7.5 minutes in. That's fine. Now I gotta do this when the guard has his back turned and when there is plenty of room for the missile to get a speed boost. No! Where does that guy come from? So it seems like they want you to use the Nikita missiles that you got to activate an alert phase, but then a guard's gonna come spawning in off camera and get me from my flank. But maybe there is a sneakier way through this from the left. He's from the alert dimension. Yeah, that's what we're calling it from now on, the alert dimension. He came in from the alert dimension. No. I was hoping that would be I could I was hoping that I could, like, quietly drag them off one at a time whenever their backs are turned. Maybe what I could do instead is quietly silent SOCOM them off one at a time while their backs are turned. Either way, it seems like left is a better route than right, for sure. I'm gonna try grenading them when they're close together again. Nope, wrong button. I think it just respawned them. Oh boy. Okay, so new plan. Kill all three of them at once with the single grenade from the left when the leftmost guard has his back turned 5 to 6 seconds into his routine route. The Nikitas are a distraction. Yeah! Yeah, that didn't even set off an alert. I can't believe I said those words right when I said them. Okay, so I'm just gonna do that again, but not screw up the melee kill on the last guy. I might want to use the silent SOCOM on him instead. I got 5 minutes left. Okay, maybe you're supposed to combine the Nikitas and the grenades together. Either way, I've been spending a lot of time experimenting with this room and not rushing to the goal like it seems like I should be. I'm also seeing that we aren't going to get any rations on this VR mission. I got 2 levels to do in 3 minutes. I don't know if I got this. Too far, man. Stage 5? I thought I was at stage 8. No. I think I'm getting sleepy and not interpreting what I'm looking at correctly. I think I also need to restart this as well. I don't think I can do this in 2 more minutes. 5 more levels in 2 more minutes. I was trying to carefully go between them before the laser came down, and the time pressure just had me make a bad decision. So the guards are looking through windows, so it seems like I should be able to crouch below their sight lines here. What's down there? I'm curious. Is that a ration? Is that the one ration in the whole VR mission? "45 seconds. I should not have gone for that ration. It was bait. I got 30 seconds. I'm only halfway there. Enemy security will be tighter from now on. Oh good, always pay attention to what's going on around you. Hey guys, I got 30 seconds. That's like just enough time to take a look, so don't mind me, I'm just peeking. Oh wow. I got He actually did the repetitions. What was that noise? What was that noise? What was that noise? What was that? What was that? There we go. We're gonna spawn in and die. Dun dun dun. So that's pretty tough. And apparently, if you get real good at video games, you could do that in 7 minutes. I'll get around to that in the future for later, but right now there's also another perfectly good Metal Gear VR game we can play. VR game, what am I saying? VR training mode of a perfectly good Metal Gear game that we can play, and it's gonna be like almost the same thing. What happened to the background there? Okay, there we go. Now center to screen, hold down shift, click and drag until it's bigger. Now center to screen again. Okay, so I believe we did sneaking mode with no weapon, time attack all the way through, right? Or not? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, 15. All of those are white. White means you've completed it. Red means you haven't. Gray means it's locked. So I last left off at sneaking mode with the pistol, level 9. And this is gonna be so much faster. Like I might have whiplash. Oh, I was just 1 pixel inside that camera's invisible cone. This music is great. VR music is top quality whole way through. I didn't even know the original Metal Gears had VR missions. I really gotta give this a shot. This is Metal Gear Ghost Babel. It's, I mean, calling it an original Metal Gear might be kind of a stretch. We're 4 games into the series at this point. In retrospect, in the grand scheme of things, still early Metal Gear, but at the time it was not necessarily such. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, that's right, it's an elimination thing. I have to shoot him. Oh, I thought it was MSX, not... Yeah, this is the Game Boy one. Pretty similar, but the Game Boy one has this amazing move that I wish the MSX version could have modded into it, where you press against the wall and then hold the shoot button and you can peek in front of the wall. It's almost like the implication of that wall peeking move that is so fundamentally 3D to the solid games is being emulated here in 2D from just the simple pan of the camera going up. By just simply panning the frame up, the mind's eye is visualizing Snake peeking around a wall and the Z-axis getting employed. Can you beat MGS1 without ever getting up from a prone position after crawling under the first pipe thingy? I think we just found a new challenge I need to try someday. Can you beat Metal Gear Solid 1 without I think you can't shoot your guns while crawling, so killing the bosses might not be doable with that. The MSX versions are ironically a lot higher res than... Yeah, the conversation about whether or not they look better or play better or are better is just going to be pros and cons and preferences, but it does have that wall peeking move. You can shoot the PSG-1, right? The PSG-1 I don't think is in this game. Is this a chest-high wall I'm in front of? Yeah, there's chest-high walls in the Game Boy game. I thought it is kind of hard to tell from the graphics how tall the wall is supposed to be. But it's there. There was a level in the PlayStation game made entirely out of chest-high walls, and the chest-high walls is something they're only utilizing in 2 little places there, and I guess because it's just so hard to tell from the graphics how high the wall is. It's like, why did they put sneaking mode with the gun lower on the list than sneaking mode unarmed? Because this is easier than sneaking unarmed. With sneaking unarmed, you gotta worm your way into some pretty complicated clockwork of a routine, but sneaking mode with a gun, you can point and click your problems away in a way you can't when you're unarmed. Like that guy. And that guy. I didn't even see that guy. He was just on the radar. I just shot at the radar blob, not even the guy. Oh no, I went too fast! Guns are overpowered. Yeah. Yeah, they are. Especially one gun in particular called the Tranquilizer, but you guys already know all about that. Yeah, that guy was a way bigger pain in the ass when I was unarmed. This is it. I'm done. That was all. 4 shots. Point and click on 2 bad guys and you're oh, this one might be a little interesting. What tools do they give us here? Oh, we're just gonna use we don't have Nikita's, do we? So I'm gonna have to figure out how to line myself up in, like, 6 directions. Or no, 8 directions. I got 8 directions I can shoot in. So he has to be on either cardinal directions or on one of the diagonals. Okay. So, it seems like the intended order would be to play through these levels with the gun first, and then play them unarmed later, because it'll be a little bit more like a puzzle game when you're unarmed. A lot harder. Because the gun's easier, so why is it further down the list than the harder one? Oh, man. And remembering this one, I did not want to attempt this one with the split-screen metagame thing going on. I definitely wanted to stop that business before I got so far as to hit this level in particular, because I remember this one being the most complicated one unarmed. But with the gun, I bet I just kind of... yeah, I bet I just kind of point and click on bad guys to make them go away. So in Deus Ex, which one is it? Human Revolution. If you trank someone, how do you reliably do it safely? Like, do you have to make sure you only trank someone in like a soft, pleasant environment where, like, if they're standing on top of grass, is it okay? But if they're standing on top of concrete, they fall over and hit their head on their way down? How do they... what sort of system is in place that flags whether or not they fall and hit their head afterwards? So now we're doing the same thing, but under a time limit. Don't do it close to low walls and handrails, and try not to shoot directly in the head. It takes about 5 seconds anyway when hitting the head. Why is it being all excited about my score? It wasn't so excited last time. Ghost Babel is not canon. And once again, I am realizing that that shouldn't even really matter, because it still is one of the best games of the franchise. All this VR mission stuff going on the Game Boy game is really throwing me for a loop. Like, it's already one thing to have a really good 2D deconstruction of demake of Metal Gear Solid. Metal Gear 2 already was that. But you know what Metal Gear 2 didn't have is, like, 150-something VR missions to play for 6 days longer than the main game is gonna take you. That is another thing that still pushes it out. Like this much content being on one of those little cartridges is really impressing me. Wait, I wonder if the side-by-side metagame might be easier if I was playing through those levels with the gun. Would the metagame have been easier than doing it unarmed? Either way, doing it unarmed means extra clout for the stream, so I'm glad I did them unarmed. Oops. The North American card has slightly less content, with it missing the Idea Spy 2.5 codec drama. What in the world? We've entered a realm of Metal Gear Solid trivia that even I am pretty far behind on. What in the world is the Idea Spy 2.5 codec drama? What? only some of those words mean things. Idea Spy is a secret radio codec radio drama in Ghost Babel. There's a radio drama fiction show that you can tune into each mission. So maybe labor costs regarding the translation might have been why it was cut. Maybe the content included things that didn't translate well, or some jokes or food, religion references or something. Another thing I'm trying to imagine is how a audio drama would work in text-only form on the Game Boy screen, where it was already kind of rough having only 2 lines of 8 words of dialogue show up per line in the first place. But with radio dramas, sound effects and music and voice acting are generally regarded as part of the thing. So is it a text that's designed to look like a play of instructions and lines? Apparently it's in the Japanese and European versions? Wait, so then they would have translated it to English. It's because the European cart has more memory due to it including 6 languages. Was it good? Was it good content? I like the idea of in-universe shows. Those can be good fun sometimes. Metal Gear Solid has a few good ones. Remember the cooking shows in Metal Gear Solid 4? And, where else does it do in-universe media? They're non-fictional, but Paramedic is full of fun little references to technically in-universe media. It's an adaptation of a radio... What? No, come on. It's an adaptation of a radio play they uploaded online in 2006. The game came out in 2000, so I'm losing something in the conversation here. If they uploaded an adaptation of this radio play in 2006, they would have uploaded it in 2006, because the game came out before then. Apparently you can only listen to it on your second playthrough on 1.4.07. Kojima voiced the main character. What? The localizer Agnes Kaku thinks it's the best written thing she's translated. Max Payne 1 has the best in-universe TV shows. It's written by Shuyo Murata. The radio transmission was adapted to a play in 2006. Okay. Oh, hey, I actually got second for once. Oh, isn't this just gonna be a straight-up run and gun? Can't go too fast. wonder. Maybe I should veer to the right a little bit and shoot a couple bullets to the diagonal left on my way. Yeah, there we go. Can't go fast enough. Can't stop me. Alright, 28.88. So 11 seconds. 7 seconds and 78. That time I got first place. I'm wondering how the developers were playing that level compared to us, because that level, it looks like you just run in a straight line to the end. But apparently it takes the developers a few more seconds than that. Oh, and I remember this one being a fun one. Yeah, the trains of guards. The chest-high wall, it turns out, was a bigger navigational pain in the ass to this level than the guards forming a train were, but the guards forming these cute little trains is what I remember better. Poor guys, they're just walking right into these bullets. Oh, in MGS1, the VR missions has a demo mode where the top times are played like a pre-recorded demo. Think of the demos in old id Tech games. That sounds very helpful, actually, for cracking what kind of solution they want you to be using for this stuff. Lambs to the bullet train, yes. Okay, that also seemed as fast as possible. What's my placement gonna be? Second by 40 milliseconds. Huh. I wonder. I mean, that's just the difference measurable by frames at that point. Some real micro movements would have been the deciding factor there. Also, this feels very well suited for a portable format. I bet it would be really fun to knock one of these out, put the screen down, touch grass, pick the screen back up, and knock another one out. The pacing of it is so fast, but that's very complimentary to how Metal Gear Solid is a stealth game that can have a very player-driven pacing to it, where if you want, you can just plant Snake in a hiding spot and stop and think for a while. I should... Nah. I'd rather play strategy games right now, but maybe when I'm tired of playing strategy games on my portable machine, I'll give Ghost Babel a rerun. Particularly the VR missions. I don't know if the campaign's gonna be having anything fundamentally grand to gain from a more portable format, but portability would probably actually add a bit of improvement to the pacing going on here. The repetition would not hit you as hard if you can glance away from the screen every now and then without breaking immersion. I've noticed this over the years when playing portable games since the pandemic. Even at home, it's really nice to play a turn-based strategy game in front of the kind of screen that you can look away from while still keeping your mind focused on the problem. What's the time? 11:18. I should be wrapping up soon, but I still got a few minutes. The fact mobile gaming is mostly smartphone slop now is such a disappointment. Yeah, Republic was originally an iPhone game.
playing portable strategy games on a actual real portable machine really is like glimpsing into how much of a better world we could have lived in, because there are games that are there is a longer history of games being available in low-tech portable formats than there is of games being a high-tech exclusive solitary activity. And there is something that does feel very natural and ancient and old and primordial about having a turn-based strategy game in your pocket that you can think about throughout the day and then whip out and input a turn in when you've had a little bit of breakthrough moment in your downtime, and then come up with again. In strategy games, strategy games, I've never felt like, oh, this is a replay, I'm at the end of the line. I haven't had quite the same revelation with other genres as I have strategy games. Something about strategy, turn-based strategy gaming, several things. The amount of timing and the pace that they demand from you, and how the screen that you're looking at doesn't change a whole lot throughout your gameplay session, so there isn't much to miss visually by glancing away from the screen. I'm telling you guys, turn-based strategy games, I almost want to say, might actually play better on a portable screen than on a big one in front of your face. Turn-based strategy games in particular. I've been playing Final Fantasy Tactics on this portable. Before then I was playing Advance Wars, but that was designed to be portable, but FFT isn't. But I have a feeling that if I got an old version of Civ or something on this thing, I'd never put it down. I don't need to do this a third time. What are some novelty missions, some one-offs that aren't meant to be part of a longer sequence? I want to play advanced mode. Whatever advanced mode is what I want to be dedicating myself to. But also, when it comes time to good one-offs, there's also this stage select thing where you can have special challenges on these missions. I remember Mission 3 was a collect-a-thon. Mission 1 is a time trial. They want you to get to the finish line in 45 seconds, right? And apparently, there's actual story content to be gained. Some, between two sequels, write-in stuff is going on. If you complete this side content. He said 45, right? Okay, so I think the finish line is at the other end of that zone. Did they turn my radar off? I walked into that guy. I didn't see him before it was too late. Can you try Stage 10, Mission 3? Yeah, I can try. There's codec calls during these things? 28 gone already. Why is he not saying the unit? That's creepy. There's
some unsettling vibes to these special missions. The cryptic voice, mailing not responding, my phone book only having 3 names in it. The creepiness is handled very well, but I'm just gonna get Snake killed so I can, or wait 45 seconds, so I can skip ahead to Stage 10, Mission 3. Apparently there's something going on in Stage 10, Mission 3 that's important. The helicopter battle. Oh, oops, wrong one. God damn it. Okay. Circumstances have a way of changing. This time, we'll have you clear the stage by trying something different from what Snake experienced. Ah, so different from what Snake experienced is speaking pretty openly about how this is not. We're playing someone playing as Snake. So what did they do? Different level layout or different guard placement, or what's my inventory? It's currently blank. Cigarettes only. Snake, keep going north. Infiltrate the maintenance base and destroy Metal Gear. I expect mines here. But I have no... Ah, yeah, mine detector. Okay, I'll just crawl. Ow. They made the minefield longer. And without a radar, I'm really unsure whether or not I should be exploring more to the left and right. I'm not sure whether or not there's some more ground to be explored that way. I don't know if they made the minefield bigger or not. I don't have photographic memory of what it looked like 2 weeks ago. That's still such like a cool Game Boy Color equivalent of the Vista, the beautiful naturistic Vista reveal, where they have this ugly khaki color fill up the screen for what do we got here? 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. Oh, now we're looking at 1 layer, no parallax scrolling either. You do got to use your imagination, but it does manage actually to hit you because of that 4-second build up. Love the tonal whiplash. This is adorable. This also is starting to make me feel like they were prototyping an area for Metal Gear Solid 3. No! A disappointing result. You failed in your mission. We expect a better effort next time. Yeah, like, the creepiness is there. It's really actually genuinely creepy. He just said things are gonna be different from how they happened to Snake. And then, there is this creepy surrealism of whether or not, I'm not entirely sure whether or not they changed the layout. It's been a while. It's been a couple weeks. My memories are hazy. Seems like a really big, long minefield anyway. And then suspense is built further by a completely empty area that just has a naturistic vista, a beautiful landscape to do some quiet time and reflecting on. And then you're in the Donkey Kong ladder jokey fun zone, the tonal whiplash. Cute, awesome, I love it. It's like Zeus pretending to be all scary and angry and... This is a nasty business you have brought me. You'll get me in trouble with my wife. I enjoy tonal whiplash when used correctly for comedy. No. Wait, did I pick up a ration at some point? Yes. No. No, how do I, what is my window? And then the game becomes Donkey Kong. Oh. It's 11:30. I should start thinking of wrapping things up. This looks like a very tough challenge, though, and I'm tempted to use save states so that I don't have to go through the routine of going through the minefield first. Although, there's Nikita ammo around here, which has me suspecting there should be a Nikita launcher around here. That's just good game design, right? And being able to shoot a Nikita missile up the pathway and preview what's ahead would be quite helpful. Ah! So another reason I'm tempted to use my save states is that if you hit a mine, you might as well restart, because the barrels bouncing up and down the mountain cause so much damage. What is it? I could only take 3 hits? Can't take more than 3 hits. Once you take a mine, that's just 2 hits. So now that I've hit 2 mines, I could only take 1 hit. I might as well restart, crawl through the minefield, make a save state when I get to the barrels. Make sure to pick the ration up on the way, though. That'll definitely be helpful. But it looks like finding a Nikita launcher is not going to be happening anytime soon. Ah! Aren't these supposed to be in-universe training missions? I'm not sure if the Donkey Kong parody is all that helpful for creating the perfect soldier. Maybe this is why Raiden got all screwed up, right? He got strapped into the Clockwork Orange image training VR machine. And, they made him play Doom inside the Metal Gear Solid engine for 10 years. Until it reconditioned him and fucked up his psyche. I feel like some kind of legendary plumber. I feel like some kind of legendary plumber. Trying to get the pitch high. Raiden would say that in a higher pitch, wouldn't he? A higher pitch. I'll figure it out later. I got mines to crawl over. Is this the Vista or the minefield? I think this is the Vista. I don't know if I want to risk it, though. I just want to see Raiden monologue about image training while Donkey Kong and Duck Hunt are on the screen. So, save state. Almost looks pre-rendered, like a Donkey Kong game would. How do I... the height. It looks like they bounce right at head height. So my window for getting underneath them is extremely tiny. Maybe I shouldn't be looking to jump or dash under the bouncing ones. It seems like I'm having better luck focusing on the rolling ones. Also, it seems like I'm having better luck in general. Ah! Oh wait, ration. So what did I pick up? Grenades? Are there grenades? Ow! We have Donkey Kong music at home. Well done. The mission was a success. Proceed to the next mission. Oh, no fun text about Donkey Kong. Excellent! The one time! Okay. The Metal Gear Solid Ghost Babel ranking system scores you on a spectrum from terrible to excellent. I've got nothing in between. I feel like I finished that level in 1:44. It's... I don't know if I ever finished any levels in 1:44 in the real game to test it, but I have finished levels in the real game where I got found 0 times and killed 0 enemies and ate 0 rations and was still ranked terribly. What an asshole rating system. Okay, I also got to remember the color scheme that this game uses is a little different. White means you've completed it. It's not green or blue, it's white. Oh, I just accidentally restarted it. I pressed the wrong button on the controller. Oops. I gotta wrap this up. I gotta end the stream. I gotta run into mines until Snake gets killed so that I can go back to the menu and make sure that the data is properly saved. Yeah, awesome. Kick ass. What a great job I did. And then figure out some way to play us out. I suppose a good way... Oh, I accidentally pressed the... Do I even gotta worry about saving in a Game Boy game? Oh, wait, the truck? Did I ever check inside the truck? Oh, I can't. It's blocked. Okay. So maybe a good way to wrap up here would be talking about how great Metal Gear Mondays are. I feel utterly exhausted as far as my legs go, but as you guys can hear, my brain is super duper awake and talkative. My thinking is sharp. My speaking is sharp. Getting into Metal Gear has been very good for my mental health. Planning to go to Metal Gear Con next year has been a great medium-term / longish term to work towards. And also committing to playthrough of the Metal Gear Solid series via these Metal Gear Monday streams is also a great way to focus on a medium to long-term goal that is also actually fun to help get me out of the... help get my shit back together and get me through a very, very bad, no good year so far. I've saved, right? I don't need to save this anymore. So yeah, I'm bookmarking my weeks with Metal Gear Mondays in the beginning, and then another Metal Gear stream at the end of the week. But the one at the end of the week, I really should be streaming other games just to keep things diverse. I'm absolutely exhausted. as far as my legs go. As far as my brains and my mouth and my face goes, I feel great, and I'm gonna keep writing after the stream. I had a really, really productive week where I did a crazy amount of physical labor and was on my feet for maybe the grand total half of time over the past week, and on a chair on my butt for maybe half of that other time. And I got a crazy impressive amount of house chores done. A crazy impressive amount of good cheap food is all up in the kitchen, and the apartment is in a state of cleanliness and organization that hasn't been in a long time. And more importantly, two days at least, two good solid long days were spent working on Kriegspiel and Homer projects. Yeah, having a ritual of positive vibes that can also be incorporated into the part of the mind that thinks of your job and your career and your money making and your worth stuff is insanely important for keeping you busy for other things, as I am finding. Yeah, I've started a new schedule from a place of idealism, and I'm working my way into making it more realistically slowly as time goes on. But yeah, new work schedule, and it's built around these Metal Gear streams that I'm going to be doing twice per week minimum for here on out for the foreseeable future. And I say that because I don't want to stop until my life is back together and my shit starts making more sense. I also feel that it's no coincidence that I am rejiggering my schedule around and finding some new breath of life and purpose in my schedule here in the springtime and the summertime. You know, it is a season. It is the seasonal motif to be thinking of rebirth and energy and fertility, right? And so that means that the birds are reproducing right now. There's birds that like nesting in the trees outside my apartment buildings, and they're mockingbirds, and they're assholes. Every time I go outside to walk my dog, the birds attack me and my dog, and sometimes I feel cornered and scared, and there's not a whole lot I can do to protect me and myself and my dog, other than get in touch with my inner 10 million year old hominid ape-like ancestor and start picking up twigs from the ground and throwing it at these birds in the trees. And I feel like that's just advanced level touching grass. Okay, so to clarify everything I just said, it might have came out a bit too poetic. It's springtime and summer. It's bird season. The birds are making babies, and those babies are learning how to fly for 2 to 3 weeks in the spring and the summer. In this part of the world, mockingbirds go through fledgling season, where the fledglings learn how to fly, and they're liable to flop on the ground and get trapped and be vulnerable to predators for hours until they figure out how to get out of there. And that makes them extremely vigilant about predators. And whenever I'm walking Eddie around, these birds think that Eddie's a predator, and by proxy, they have now started to think that I'm a predator. Even when I'm completely by myself, they'll attack me. They now recognize me. I am an enemy of the birds. I am indeed fighting a war against birds right now. Thankfully, they're not magpies. They're not real super dangerous. They're mockingbirds. They probably could, like, worst case scenario, peck an eye out or something, but their behavior pattern has them swoop at a large predator they can't win against, and then all of a sudden hesitate at the last second and fly backwards. And it's creating this, like, there's a real sense of fear going on here, where every time I'm walking Eddie out
outside. I'm like scanning the trees and the bushes for any potential birds out there. I want to make sure that there's like solid matter behind me. If there's anything that I can put on top of me, that's advantageous too. Funny enough, Eddie doesn't give a single shit whatsoever. He doesn't even notice these birds. It's me that they swoop at, and it's me that they terrify. This is hilarious. One man's war against avian. This is not one man's war. Okay, no one talks about this, but when you Google it, if you type in mockingbird dog, you will find out that these creatures, they're not natural enemies. It's one-sided enmity. Mockingbirds hate pets, dog pets. During fledging season, they're chill with each other for the rest of the year, but for a few weeks, it's like 2 weeks in the beginning of summer, then 2 weeks again at the end of the summer. They make another baby at the end of summer after making a baby at the beginning of spring. And for just this window, their brain goes haywire with protective instincts, to the point where this is a common thing. This is a known phenomenon. You might be visualizing one man's war against avian kind, but there are millions of us here. Millions of dog owners every year suffer under the plights of magpies developing ridiculously protective instincts during their fledging seasons. And I've been studying their movements. More importantly, the one effective deterrence I've found that does spook them, probably about as well as they spook me. That's not true. It probably spooks them a hell of a lot more than their swooping spooks me. Throwing twigs at these birds gets them to fuck off. There was a music festival in town a few weeks ago, and these birds were like swooping at me and Eddie, and I was like waving my arms at the air, just like going full ooh ah at these things, like waving bags. If I have any bags, if I have any keys, I'm waving them around, just trying to make my silhouette bigger at these things. And there was a huge crowd of people coming and going from this concert festival watching me do it. And at least two of them were like, yeah, no, we understand. We've been there. Mockingbirds attack dog owners during summer, and it puts you in touch with the natural world in a way that might have been ironically a little mentally healthy for me right now, as I describe this story about a crazy person on the sidewalk swatting away birds swooping at him from the trees. But I'm not crazy. Google mockingbirds. Google mockingbirds being assholes. It happens all the time, every day, every summer. And if you have a dog in a hot to temperate climate zone, you probably have to deal with asshole birds attacking you and your dog during baby bird season. And twigs are the bird version of empty magazines. Yeah, maybe it wasn't the 10 million year long hominid ape man instincts coming out. Maybe it was Metal Gear instincts coming out that had me get in the habit of this twig trip. But yeah, things are going great. I got a schedule that makes sense. I have a actual sense of motivation and reward, where there are intrinsic carrots at the end of all the sticks of the YouTube grind that have not been there for the past few years. They are there now. There is also the light of fire under my ass from having to take care of mom at the same time. That also has me woken up. But also, almost most importantly of all, I am throwing twigs at birds. Things are looking up. It's spring, it's summer, the weather is great. I am getting work done. I am throwing twigs at the birds.